Hola, muy buenas tardes. Espero que estén teniendo un muy buen día, además de que esté acalorado o congelado, depende de donde estén viendo. Bueno, vamos a continuar con el MSQ. Nos vamos a arreglar los volúmenes. Urs was one of the first hounds to be claimed, but I didn't see how the fire began. It was only when I heard our neighbor shouting and I looked outside and saw the flames. We barely escaped with the clothes on our backs. Were it not for the church's generosity, I don't know what we'd do. Come, my brothers and sisters, there is food and shelter enough for all in the basilica. And all blessings be upon you, Father. I confess we were not sure if we should come. There are so many unbelievable tales of these days, about the Assoviation, Sir Aymeric, and the Dravanians. Trust in your heart, brother, and pay no heed to the lies of lesser men. They seek only to lead you astray. Do you require succor as well, sir? Ando buscando quien inició el juego. So the tribunal have begun their investigation at last. Good. This madness has gone on far too long. Whether I could do something to aid you in your search, but I have a duty to these poor souls. Farewell, and may the fury guide your steps. Oh, Maeli, a ti te conozco. Te he visto en varias cinemáticas. There was a man with a satchel. I saw him leaning outside the window, and then there was smoke everywhere. And it was so hot and I couldn't breathe. I don't remember how I made it out. I suppose I must have dreamed. Maybe my arms is getting better after all. Bueno, si puede saltar. Ah, there you are. Anything to share? We will require more than the muddler testimony of a traumatized girl, and we are to identify the culprits. While you were questioning the refugees, we inspected the scenes of several of the fires, including one near Saint Raymond's Cathedral and another near the tribunal. For a mercy, nature the structures suffered significant damage. Some might say they were spared by the grace of the fury. Others might question how such ruthlessly efficient arsonists contributed to fail so miserably. On the two occasions when their target was a bastion of Gisgarian orthodoxy. Nothing conclusive, of course, but it does give one cause to wonder. After all, will doubtless have an opinion. Ah, vaya, atraparon a alguien. Cool, now we are here, we can proceed with the interrogation. You should have seen the way Alfino tackle him. Alfino, que se está luciendo. Silence will avail you not, sir. Ah, Jengo, I thought I was to summon you. As you can see, we have detained a suspect. We found this man loitering near the remains of one of the stricken buildings. According to eyewitness, he was also present before the fire broke out. He wished to have words, he did not, so we wished to have words, he did not, so we insist. Let me God damn it, you have the grown man. My, but you recall oil, and those are burns on your hands? An occupational hard, I suppose, but tell me, those arson pay well? I'm a victim, you imbecile, look at me. Aye, that you are, after a fashion. You should know that your pious patron has already disposed on a delightful yarn about how his pet mongrel slipped the leash and set about burning half the city to the ground. Not very noble of him, I grant you, but then these highborn types are really to show loyalty to their pets. In fact, he called you a rabbit begged. He called you rabbit and begged us to put you down. That's bollocks. He's the one that told me to keep going. Even a sinner such as me could find salvation in the furious work, he said. I left behind, tried to, with all my heart, say my prayers every day, like a good man, but he came to me. He came to me. And there you have it, Hilda. Will you be so kind to escort our friend here to the congregation? Aye, so long as you don't mind, he's limping when he gets there. That was incredible, Tancred, but how did you know he will confess? Well, I have been seen this like before, a troublesome, manipulated by men of power and wielded as a weapon. I could not be certain, of course, but given the stakes, I thought it worth it, the risk. And is sarcastic had called your bluff? Must we entertain hypotheticals? The world is advancing enough. Thank you, Reed. Whether by luck or judgment, we had at last confirmed that these arsons were orchestrated by a person of influence. I think it best that we now return to the congregation and discuss how best to proceed. The type of necessary interacting the arson is as we speak. God's willing, we shall have more information airlock. If we could but determine the motive behind these fires. It was a gamble this hit. Fine by me, so long as his loot wasn't run out. On behalf of the Holy See of Isgard, I think you won. The man you apprehend is being interrogated as we speak, so he fell silent upon realizing that we have not turned his master. He will soon tell us what he knows, one way or another. Pardon the intrusion, First Commander. Allora, Tonet, are you going to see your father? He is attending Sir Aymeric in his chambers at present. I am. He bid me bring his half. Then do not let me detain you. I thank you for your kindness, my lord. In times of trouble, every man must do his part. Will that I could do more. While Lord Antoniel did not seem to be in the best spirits. This little wonder, Master of Enoch. His father is widely slandered, and his half-brother not yet cold in the grave. A ver, ¿queremos defending o slaying? Creo que slaying es A ver. Creo que slaying es de dragón. Todas las clases me llevan a fregar a todos ustedes. Sí, se traduce para dragón. Tenía 240, pues me estaría dando sed entero, pero vamos a hacerle decline porque no sé qué tengo. Okay. Vamos para esta entonces. No, mira, tiene mejor y el duel que... Ah, ok, no es comparable a Shire, pero es mejor el duel que los pasos. Ok. Amy. Sí, Amy ya tengo todo eso, entonces voy a tomar el de Caster.
I do not mean to diminish our accomplishments, but until we identify the ones who ordered the fires set, our work is far from finished.
Between the various conservative and religious factions in Ishgard, I dare say there's no shortage of parties who would like to see the status quo preserved. Do any likely suspects spring to mind?
Far too many to count.
Lord Commander, your wounds.
Are healing well. Thank you. Time is of the essence. Lest we forget, these men would sooner put their own city to the torch than see it change. When our enemies learn that we have apprehended their arsonist, there is no telling how they will react.
Lord Commander, an armed mob has seized control of the vault.
And now we know. Tell us what happened, sir. Spare no detail.
We were directing refugees into the Basilica, as you ordered, when all of a sudden, men brandishing weapons were all around us. It happened so fast, my lord. We had no time to respond. They've taken the refugees hostage and barricaded themselves inside the vault.
And they sent you to deliver their demands.
They, the true brothers of the faith, demand that a conclave to select the next archbishop be held forthwith. Furthermore, they declare that you, Lord Commander, are guilty of patricide and high treason, and that you must surrender yourself at once to receive of the Fury's judgment.
Ridiculous! I mean, do they honestly think that executing Sir Emmerich would change anything? That the truth will somehow die with him?
These fundamentalists rage against the passing of the old ways, unable to accept there can be no going back.
Given the fanciful nature of their demands, a peaceful resolution does not seem likely. If the hostages are to be rescued, it will be by force, I fear.
Agreed. Lucia, take a contingent of knights and establish a perimeter outside the entrance.
At once, Lord Commander.
Hilda, I need your people out in force throughout the Broom. When word spreads of the situation, the friends and family of the hostages may try to take matters into their own hands. I will not give these militants more targets. I shall lead the assault on the vault. Master Alphino, can I count on the support of the Scions?
Of course.
We are in your debt.
Estoy entusiasmado.
I shall join you as well, Lord Commander.
Your assistance is most welcome, Lord Atwarel. To arms, then, friends. Time is against us.
¿Cuántos tenemos? Continuamos con la historia. Desarrollo por 5. La música bien relajada, como si no estuviera pasando nada. Just like other times, eh? Ready when you are. So trying to free the hostage, I will do the work. I will hit them. I will tend to their boats. Okay. Do not concern yourself with my safety. Did you forget? I too am a knight. Muy bien, Aymeric. Listen well. We will enter the basilica silently via this gate. According to our last report, there are at least 6 hostages being held within. The number and readiness of the true brothers of the faith are unknown. I am told one claimed to have served under Torrent 7th. May the same be true of the rest? Given the fitness with which they seize control of the road, I think it highly likely yes. Which means that they may well possess the knowledge required to turn the building in defense against us. Be as it may, we have no choice but to press on. Lord Adoriel, you are a brave man and true, and none will dare question your honor if you choose not to risk the life in this endeavor. And you said you wish to join us? I am no stranger to the battlefield, sir. Aymeric. My arm will not falter. My shield will not break. Hallowed as my witness, we will bring these fanatics to justice. Okay. Well said, my lord. Friends, follow me. Vamos.
With you!
Fire. Va.
You underestimate me!
Sir Simeonar, lay down your arms and release the hostage, and you will be shown mercy. I give you my word. Ha! The word of a heretic and kingslayer. I will sooner trust a dragon I will sooner trust a dragon. Activate the knight. We shall show the hostage the same mercy he showed the archbishop. Unlike you, Sir Aymeric, I am a man of honor. By my hand you shall receive the Fury's judgment. So it is to be a trial then? Lord Eternal Jengo, leave us and save the hostages. I will deal with Sir Simeonar. Una pregunta, ¿dónde estarán? Por acá.
This knight does not yield!
my what was my
Where is he? Where is he? Closer! You have nowhere to run. Release the girl and surrender.
Surrender to whom? The blasphemer who throws wide the gates to our enemy? Who breaks bread with him and calls him brother? Ungodly swine! I would sooner die than surrender to you.
Is it godly to spill the blood of an innocent child? To burn the homes of your brothers? Tell me, priest, is that godly?
Do not speak to me of godliness, heathen! Your father's blood is on your hands, as is hers!
Uy.
What? But I...
¿Estabas cayendo?
Vidafne!
Well met, knight. Mayhap I chose an inopportune moment.
No, de hecho fue muy oportuno.
Not at all. Pray forgive us this most unworthy reception. We are honored to have you with us, and right glad of your aid.
Fortune delivered the child unto me. I had but to receive her.
Thank you for saving me.
Thou art welcome, child.
Ya se recuperó del espanto. Si tenían dudas de las intenciones de los dragones,
Never did I think to be indebted to so unexpected a savior. But full glad am I to be so.
Friend of Izel, warrior of warriors, I had hoped to meet with thee.
¿Pasa algo?
I bear a message from my sire.
Oh, okay.
From Bracefelder.
Upon returning to our lands, Nidhogg's shade did sing unto his brood, and they for skies unknown did then take wing. This thou must know, for your fates are inextricably bound.
What of Estinian? Is he truly lost to us?
Such matters are beyond my ken. I but bear my father's words. Take from them what thou wilt. Fare you well, mortals.
So it is as they say then. A great white dragon swooped down from the heavens to rescue an innocent child.
A most unexpected turn of events, but not an unwelcome one. The people will not soon forget this day.
Huh.
Yet how will they choose to remember it, Sir Emmerich? And will these events serve to bring man and dragon closer together, or drive a deeper wedge between brothers? After 1,000 years, the world these men once knew is changing, and with ungentle swiftness to boot. Though their actions are misguided, their sentiments are only to be expected. You may be sure that others will rally to their cause. I share your desire for a lasting peace with the Jovanians, I do. But I would not see it built on the bones of our countrymen, nor on our own. I see much of Horschiff on you, and I could not bear to mourn the passing of...
Ay, por Sims.
Lord Edmund.
It has been a day of surprises, has it not? This was a pity the Goblin could not stay longer. Yes, I think it's fair to say the Sith Demon had departed rather less well than her arrival. Well timed scarcely does it justice, but 1 moment later would have been a moment too late. Let us pray with the East Guardians, who yet harbored dogs, will take these events to heart and accept the truth of Sir Emmerich words. Well, it's this only me that I informed Tataru of what has occurred here. If you have date with me, I shall be at Fortin's manor. Allow me to accompany you. Tataru will never forgive me if I left for the Rising Stones without saying goodbye. Un momento, ¿no? Vamos a ver. Tell me, does Tancred sing quite well to you? So you sense it too. Does it change imperceptibly to most? I myself did not notice at first, but upon closer examination I saw that his athletic flow had been irreparably disrupted. As a result, I strongly suspect that his ability to manipulate aether has been compromised. Simply put, Tancred may no longer be able to wield magics. It will do much to explain why he chose to remain within the wilderness instead of seeking assault. He would have been compelled to rely solely on traditional methods of travel, significantly prolonging his journey. And when he did that a nearby beast was making preparations to summon a primal, it may well have seemed more sensible to wait. But this is still little more than speculation. Until I had proof, but I speak no word of it. Right then, I should be on my way. Try my have Charmaster Batalla for now, but who can say for how long it will last. Si esto la rescata Cry.
That Vidofnir should chance to arrive even as the girl fell. Truly, I could not have planned it better myself.
Ah, good. We were afraid you might have left.
¿Pasó algo? ¿Un escudo nuevo?
A shield, my lord?
Fit for a true knight. An expression of our gratitude to you and yours. Long overdue. But there is something else I would discuss ere you part. Something which cannot leave this room. My father will soon step down as head of our house. Sir Emmerich was not the only one to fall under suspicion following the death of the Archbishop. There are some who believe my father complicit in a coup d'etat. Thus he intends to renounce his title to absolve our house of suspicion and secure the support of our peers.
Surely there must be another way to convince Houses Durandare and Zemail.
So I said to him. Alas, he will not budge. Ever since I was a child, I knew that I would one day succeed my father. The thought of it filled me with pride. Yet once I learned the day was at hand, my heart was filled with naught but dread. Our legacy is built upon the lies of our forefathers. In accepting this title, am I not perpetuating this injustice? Why should I become the next count?
A nightlife to serve.
You sound just like him. Aye, I suspect that is what Horsefall would have said. to aid those in need.
Pues para eso vas a estar.
When you look on that shield, I trust you will remember his words. And should I once more find my resolve wavering, I ask that you show me the way. You were a brother to Haut-Chiffon. Will you be a brother to me as well?
Claro.
Come, Manelaine. There's much to be done. For Father, and for Sir Emmerich, and for Ishgard.
Hola. ¿Estás ahí?
To think we share the same blood. Pray excuse us.
Oh, los hermanos no son
Those were the days of promises and vows, of tentative first steps into an uncertain future. A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen. Born of good and evil, of light and darkness, and shepherded by our hand. Be it for weal, or be it for woe.
Me gusta cómo leyeron un poquito de extra voz al conde. Casting, healing, naming, casting. It is a truth long forgotten, a tale of the beginning, and of the path we have been set upon. Our fates were ordained long ago, Archon. The Guardians are no exception, nor a triad. You know what must be done. Ida. Well, everyone has their orders. The mass will attack. As soon as the units are in position, the Imperials will know what hit them. I fear it will be bloody. But Ragadi had better be. We cannot stay here forever, Ida. We have other responsibilities. I know full well my responsibilities are, and I mean to fulfill them, everyone. Just I worry for Ishgard. The fate of our visiting friends concerns me even more. Nothing else, Jengo. I have been looking all over for you. We have received news regarding farming, Horriboulder, and Cultenet. Really? Has something happened? No, it's nothing bad. Well, the opposite, in fact. It seems that once they learned the Zion's good they had been restored, they boarded the next ship from bound for Limsa Lominsa. They should be arriving any moment now. It's easy to forget how useful limpers are, is it? When they work, I mean. And you don't mind being spied on. Quite. But what wonderful news. To think that our reunion is close at hand. A pleasure to see you too, Alfino. Tancred and Kryl. What brings the two of you here? Kryl and I have been looking into how we might track down Mainfilia. And we may just have found the answer. Jengo, when you were fleeing Ulda with Mainfilia, you said that Hayden spoke to her shortly before you parted ways, yes? Well, assuming that is true, and I see no reason to suspect that it's not, it seems reasonable to conclude that Hayden commanded her to remain behind. That is to say, Mother Crystal interceded to guide Mainfilia. Admittedly, this is all quite hypothetical, but I suppose that such intervention, however subtle, must really leave some residual trace, a lingering disturbance in the ether or ripple, if you will. In order to establish the existence of such ripples, of course, we will require suitable data. Fortunately, I know where such data can be found. The battleground where Jengo fell the ultimate weapon, and the site of my personal ignominy. 'Twas there that Hayden intervened to shield him from the magic I invoke. Kryl and I will infiltrate the castrum and analyze the ether therein. That was you, alone? I have proven that for subterfuge, and I am confident that there will be sufficient nooks and crannies in which to hide Kryl while the patrol pass. Besides, if you and Jengo come alone, who will see Falmin's grand homecoming? When you put it like that, very well, I will choose in your plan. I know not where this data will yield. Whether this data will yield a means of immunity, but it will, at the very least, eliminate another avenue of inquiry. Totaro and I will return to Rising Stones and make preparations for Rupon return. My rise impose upon you to meet them at the Lominsa docks. Then I shall see the four of you at the Rising Stones, said Travis. Los cuatro, no son seis. Hey, Horriboulder. Is that? By the gods, it is you. Well met, Jengo, well met. Citizen Jengo Gonar, really, you didn't have to come all this way just for us. ¿Y por qué no? Oh, Jengo, how have you been? Come here. Let me have a good look at you. Suena como toda una abuelita. Thank the 12. One hears the grandest tales out in foreign lands. I worried about you all every day. We would have sent word sooner, but bribes afforded us no opportunity. When they fell upon us in the market, it was all we could do to escape. Tataru found her way to you, of course, but we were forced to seek shelter aboard a Hanish vessel. It pained us not being there when you needed us the most, but we made the most of it. We could not stay the training from dusk till dawn. We did. We would have sent word sooner, but we knew not whom to trust, and with the vast distance. But those days are behind us all. I shall be glad indeed to return home and speak with my daughter. Oh, hablando de tu hija. No está, no hemos hallado. What do you mean she's missing? How could you let this happen? No es que hubiera querido. Forgive me. I am sure you're doing everything you can to find her. As Tancred must be, he watched over her from the first, long before me, and he will watch over her to the last. I shall pray for her safe return, and busy myself in the meantime. For a certainty there is much and more to be done. The braves may have bloodied us, but the path remains, and we shall not be swayed from it. Aye, that spirit to the science and long overdue reunion. Hussa! Well, there you have it, to the resin stones. Con todo su cabello de fuera. Y cubriéndole un ojo.
Well done, sir. And with that, I believe we are ready to proceed.
Let us be about our business, then. The next patrol may not be so credulous.
Why must you be so disappointingly brusque? You're not at all as Minfilia described, you know. I don't think you favored me with so much as a single compliment since we set out. Tell me, did your time in the wilderness sap you of all your charm? Or are you holding it in reserve for your beloved?
This is neither the time nor the place.
Well, call me old-fashioned, but when I'm risking life and limb infiltrating an Imperial castrum, I like to be sure of my comrades' motivations.
Me hubieras preguntado eso antes del horario de entrar al castrum.
I see now where Alphino gets it from. Minfilia is dear to me, it is true, but not in the way you think. 15 years passed, when she was still but a child. There was an incident at a parade. A Gubu broke free of its fetters and ran amok through the streets of Ul'dah. Had I been more attentive, I could have prevented it. But I was distracted, and her father was killed. I feared she would never recover. But in the years that followed, she showed herself to be more resilient than I had ever imagined. And when she learned of her gift, she did not flinch from the responsibility, but sought to guide others on the path. She touched the hearts of all around her. Mine, Louisoire, every scion's. In those dark days following the calamity, she was our guiding light, our hope for a brighter future. She had so many dreams, and I would give anything to make them come true.
My apologies. I can see she means the world to you. I did not mean to pick at old scars.
No harm done, I assure you. But fair is fair, my lady. What is Minfilia to you?
You mean you don't know? Only my dearest friend. When I finally emerged from my torpor, I learned that nary a day had passed without her asking after me. She never gave up hope. And neither will I.
Then for Minfilia's sake, let us pray that these vestiges of Hydaelyn's intervention will lead us to her.
Pero porque la versión X. It's great to be back in the tour. And it smells like an adventure. Home at last. I must take my rounds and see who remains. It feels good to be home again. To think that everyone is waiting for us just beyond these doors. Friends and family with whom we have shared so much. God's help me, but the older I get, the more sentimental I become. Come, let us not keep them waiting. Tengo una duda autoimpuesta. A ver, vamos a ver. Creo que se copian todas las barras de todas formas. Y así con este acomodo, tomo mis screenshots y regresa toda la normalidad. Así lo oculta. Sí, se puede hacer simple, súper chiquito. Pero mira. Alien. When occurs betrayals, I fear all was lost. How wrong I was. Alien, FME. It fills my heart with joy to see you both hale and healthy. And what of Higiri? She is well, so abroad a mission at present. It just wasn't the same without you. Welcome back, my lady. ¿No? We could do with more of that around here. Hellfire reunions with stalwart companions brings a bloody tear to the eye. This Orker and no Hoari. A passive fancy should suffer, but this, she's hopeless, utterly hopeless. Yeah. I hear all for Aliane. So where is she? If I'm to greet the songstress of Ulda, I will so do in my feet. To secure oneself in a ship, hold to secure a safe passage to a faraway land. This is a tale we know all too well. When they are all well rested, I should have to seek a formal introduction. Why, well, my friend, come, there is no need to be shy. Pray grant me a moment longer at least, though I am happy to wish you. My legs are rather less accommodating. Ocker Boulder. Huzzah, his return. Together, my brother and I shall serve the Scions till the breaking of an egg down. Decisions. Ocker, what in the seven hells drove my little brother to come to Mordona? Why, you, brother, you are the Scions, of course. For 1,000 years I trained that I might grow as strong as you, that I might fight alongside you. Yet though that you are here, I sense that you have surpassed me once more. No, do not tell me. You trained with the Hanish, did you not? Your eyes do not deceive, brother. I have studied the trials of the braves, and drunk deep the souls of mine enemies. Okay. As when I am to be home, I cannot help to think of those who have yet to return. Once we have settled it, I would join the search. A ver, permíteme un momento, ahorita regreso. Muy bien, ya estoy de regreso. Vamos a continuar. Too long. It was the chaos born of my foolish ambition which forced them to flee. Though they are returned, there are other jets missing, others whom we cannot forsake. We will find it al final. I know we will. Mi filia, Ida, Papa Limo, every last one. And when they walk through those doors, we'll be here to welcome them home. With me at the head of the queue, of course. The queue, más bien. Me hubieras dado una lagan. Oh, anti-tower. Puro robo. Tancred and Creel contacted us short while ago. It will seem that their foray into Castle Meridiano bore fruit. They asked that we reassemble with them and Ishtola in Idleshire, where they will share their findings. Route 2 is to the park without speaking with Orgas's honor. I expect she will forgive me if I return her daughter. Todavía no al final. Al menos hubiera dicho dónde vas. Ok. Ya sé yo que había algo raro. Ah, no, es que no es este. Es el 2. Vamos a corregir. Performing is, by the way, enchanted as ever, I trust. I shall have to pay my respects when time allows. It was rather less than I hoped, though I may have asked too much. My apologies, I see I am the last to arrive, so what news has you for us? Well, as we have postulated, there were indeed that happened to be the remnants of an unexplained instruments in the ether at the scene of ultimate weapon destruction, a ripple that odds with the preceding pattern. Though faint, the waveforms bore a strong resemblance to those observed following the destruction of the Isle of Bal, when I believe Heidelin shielded me from the blessing with the blessing of light. To confirm the findings, we paid a visit to the Sylvan Aqueducts. Once we detected the same waveform, orders of magnitude larger, as one would expect of a more recent disturbance. Heidelin, there is no other explanation. Well, there is more. When I studied the site where Ristola used flow, it appeared that not only 2 but 3 beings had been affected. Yet when I Ristola and Tancred, there was no trail to follow. Our unknown third party was simply there, and then not there. Now, I recall your visions of a vast crystal floating in a sea of ether. So this too is but a theory. Studies or gifts suggest that when communing with Heidelin, we briefly leave our bodies behind. So let us consider the facts. 1. Heidelin interceded. 2. A third vein was caught in Istola's flow and vanished without a trace. And 3. Heidelin may have the capacity to summon the consciousness of gifted individuals to her side. You are implying, I take it, that Heidelin guided Minfilia into the compass of my magic, that she may summon her body and soul into the Ethereal Sea? In which case, we must needs continue to search there. For a blessing, the means to do so already exist. I speak of the Anti-Tower, a Sharayan construction conceived to provide scholars as a vantage point over the Ethereal Sea. So I now know where the entrance lies. We need only ask its last custodian, a contrary called Kron, who, for another blessing, refused to join the Exodus. Master Patoya was kept of the Anti-Tower? I had no idea. Then our course is clear. We must petition her aid once again. Me encanta Montoya. Oh, what a surprise! Well, what secrets have you come to extract from me this time? Toy pains me to admit it. Your words strike close to the mark. We only ask that you grant us entry to the Anti-Tower, that we might use it to seek a friend who we believe was transported to the Ethereal Sea. And who told you I could do such a thing, I wonder? ¿Quién sabe? The tower was abandoned to its magical keepers 15 years ago. They have the rule of the place now. If that is no deterrent to you, then by all means. Is that all? I feel sure you will seek dissuade us from our course, given your role as custodian. Role? Hardly. The Forum foisted the title on me. During the Exodus, every entrance to the Anti-Tower was sealed save one. My role consists of making sure no one with ill intent sneaks through it, such as the Forum's final order to me. Well, I can remove the wars right now. Will you be going or not? Well, we will, Master Matoya. We will do whatever it takes to find my Infilia. We'll see about that. You, Valdez younger, you're staying here with me. I need your help to restore the wards to their original state. The rest of you can go. On the condition that you clean up the mess in the tower. If you encounter any unruly familiars, you are to tend to them. Those are my terms, and I'll hear no argument. Claro. Well, it appears the mystery has spoken. Lead the way, Jengo. Muy bien. Y ahorita regreso. Ok, a ver. ¿Quiénes entrarían? Uy. Vamos a ver si no es muy largo el tiempo. Bueno, mejor no pongo carrera tan crítica. Esto no voy a subir de nivel. ¿Qué más tengo? Nivel 60. Ah, mira, con breaker. Puede como con breaker. De paso me va a servir para probar bien mis barras. ¿5 minutos? Ay, la verdad me da flojera hacer tantito, güey. De todos modos, Antitower lo voy a tener que hacer en algún otro momento cuando esté haciendo dailies. Bueno, va a ser uno de tantos. Ok, va a ser un restricted. A mí la verdad me da prácticamente igual. Como sé de qué se trata. Básicamente lo que menos quiero es mucha experiencia. maldito güey. Lo único que hace es hacerlo más rápido.
Hear, feel, think. Through time and space hast thou journeyed unto me, as I knew thou wouldst. We are the word of the Mother. We who were once called Minfilia. Much time hath passed for thee since the bloody banquet, since I hearkened to her word. Mother, Hydaelyn guided me towards Y'shtola and Thancred, that I might be swept up in their flow and delivered unto the ethereal sea. There, adrift and alone, her voice silent once more, I prayed for those we had lost, for those we can yet save. To her I would make an offering. We speak now with one voice, one will, one word. Unto thee we bequeath the most precious of gifts, the truth which lieth at the heart of this world. Thus do we beseech thee once more. Hear, feel, think. Before there was life, in the depths of the ethereal sea, light and dark did once dwell as one. But the darkness coveted power, and the balance was broken. Thus was I forced to banish him unto the distant heavens, to forever remain apart, a moon bound. In sundering the star did we cry out, and the barriers twixt planes chanced to falter. Across 10 and 3 were we then divided, reflections of the source, each possessed of a shard. Zodiac longeth to be made whole. For his restoration, for his resurrection, his servants labor without cease. They seek to tear down the barriers which surround the source. Thus do they rejoice in their ardor, in your calamities, for each marks a rejoining. Seven times have they succeeded. 7 times hath the darkness grown stronger. 7 times have I failed. The Ascians cannot be suffered to continue. This is my final. The crystal's power is all but spent. With what remains, I will return you to the shore of the ethereal sea. Blessed children, go forth and seek. Seek.
You've had another vision, haven't you? Let us return to Master Matoya's cave. Everyone will wish to hear what you saw.
Still in one piece, are we?
Claro.
Well, did you learn anything?
Más de lo que me esperaba.
word of the Mother? I'm not sure I understand.
Nor am I. Cryle?
Técnicamente significa que se petateó.
As unbelievable as it sounds, I see no reason to doubt her. The word's tale. No one was more sensitive to the will of Hydaelyn than Minfilia. And if Hydaelyn has grown so weak that she can barely make herself heard, it is not hard to see why Minfilia, having joined with her, might struggle to maintain her own form.
What? Why would she need to maintain her own form? Are you saying she's gone? But that cannot be! Not now. Not after all we have accomplished. We were meant to usher in the dawn's light together.
She threw herself on the fire to fuel your dawn's light, boy. You'll just have to usher it in on your own.
Exacto.
Must you be so ungentle?
Claro.
Tell me about the Scions, boy.
The Scions of the Seventh Dawn lay before Eorzea's salvation.
¿Qué más?
Whenever the realm is threatened, be it by Primal, Ascian, Garlean, or any other, we take up arms in her defense, that all in Eorzea may live to see a brighter tomorrow.
And that's very noble of you. But in chasing after these lofty goals of yours, you seem to have lost sight of some basic truths. To win a war, you must be willing to do whatever it takes. To fight, to kill, and if necessary, to die. The path you've chosen is paved with the dead. Walk it with your eyes open, or not at all.
I know the truth of which you speak, and have from the first. If the Ascians will go to any length to resurrect their god, then we must needs be as committed to our cause, to unmask them and their schemes, and to crush them both utterly. Come, there is much to be done.
Yes, of course.
Thancred, wait!
¿Y qué quieres decirle?
No, this is all wrong.
No es tan malo como crees al final. Ok. Okay. She's not coming back, is she? I know that. I do. To give all for her beliefs was ever her way. So will we, as we must. While creature calling could be there than to stand against the dark defenders of the light. And yet, where does it end? The sacrifice, the loss. Oh Dios. This blesses few who get to choose how and when and for what they die. Not that you need reminding, I suppose, but that boy. For all the suffering he has known, he still clings to the notion that there is cosmic justice, a molarity by which we are saved or condemned, and there isn't. I must ask that you not breathe a word of this to any of the others at the resting stones, especially Flaming. I'll brief Tataru on what we have learned, as well as Murianyo. He may have insight into what the world told us. As for you, Jengo, after all you have done, I will say you have earned a rest. But speaking of well-earned rewards, I received a missive from Sir Aymeric while you were away. To seem he is planning a ceremony of some sort and would like you to attend. He did not divulge the details, preferring instead to spend in person. Mayhap you should pay him a visit. Ok. Ay, ¿cómo se llama? En Walker. No, no es cierto, no es de Walker. Esto es de Shadowbringers. Ok. Amazon recommend the lessons that you were to be shown inside. Vamos.
A pleasure to see you again, my friend. I take it you received our invitation.
Claro.
Good, good. You of all people should be present. When the true brothers of the faith seized control of the vault, I feared the worst. Yet in adversity were we blessed with the promise of peace between man and dragon through Vidofnir's timely rescue of an innocent child. Timely, I say, though miraculous or providential might better describe the event. The gods themselves could not have devised a more fitting symbol of hope. Needless to say, we could scarce let such an opportunity pass us by. Which is why I set about making formal arrangements for a peace conference between our peoples. You and yours have done more to bring us together than any, and it is only right that you attend. But I confess that is not the only reason I would be glad to have you there. Given Nidhogg's implacable opposition to the peace, it is possible that he and his followers may attempt to disrupt proceedings, in which event your presence would be a comfort to all in attendance. Pray understand, I have no wish to invite the worm's ire, but if our fractured nation is to heal, if we are to move forward as a people united, then we must do whatever is necessary to bring about lasting change.
Descansa, Emeric.
Tis nothing. Tis nothing. Lucia cautioned me against giving vent to my passions, lest my wounds reopen. It has not been easy reaching out to our opponents in Ishgard, many of whom sympathized with the actions of the true brothers. But in so doing, we have limited the influence of the zealots. The people are ready, my friend. This conference must go ahead. I knew you would understand. The conference will take place on the border of Ishgardian and Dravanian territory in Falcon's Nest. Lucia is there, seeing to the final preparations, even as we speak. Pray join her at your earliest convenience. 'Twould not do for the guest of honor to arrive late, after all.
Okay.
Oh, and one more thing.
Oh.
A drink! We should make time for one. Once the conference is concluded, I mean. By my reckoning, 'tis long overdue.
Okay. Now, Commander, say you will come, Jengo. As you can see, preparations for the conference are proceeding apace. Mark well the curtain above. It consists of a relief that will be unveiled during the conference. The Masons Labor Day and night to see it finished on scale. Sir Aymeric wanted a symbol which would endure long after this conference is concluded. I think he will be pleased with the result. It was not by war, but I made it mine, and to see it draw closer to a resolution fills me with a strange hope. His fate is infectious, is it not? He certainly that we can be better than we are. Forgive me, I am rambling. You must be tired from your journey. Go rest. I will not keep you. If you would rather not take a rest, then why not take a walk around Falcon's nest? Make your presence known to the people and so forth. In addition to those who have come from far and wide to attend this ceremony, you may meet Lords Arturier and Emanin, who have graciously volunteered their services. They should be glad to see you. Now, if you will excuse me, I must needs return to my duties. You know, when everything is set to begin, I wasn't sure how many might come, so I thought best to come early and find a spot with a great view. When I heard that Sir Aymeric was planning to make a speech, I knew I couldn't miss it. I mean, the man risked his own neck to rescue those hostages. How often do we get heroes like that in this day and age? And he's more than a fighter too. He's a thinker, he is. He's got plans to better our lives, to change things, and he'll do it. By the Fury, he and my friends and family, we all believe he can do it. Bloody exciting, isn't it? Not just peace with the dragons, with all of them heretics besides. Don't misunderstand. We all got a healthy fear of being bathed in dragon fire. That they say the heretics did far more to hinder our efforts here in the past, so hearing that we are close to a reconciliation comes as a great relief. Ahora vamos a ver a los hermanitos. Otra vez I am glad to see the rumors were true. Well met, Master Bernard. And fear not, I have no intention of begging your aid for this or that. Everything appears to be in order. My only lingering concern is that one of the convictors might not have been informed of our plans. As I recall, reformers may pass directly over their encampment. The last thing we need is a glory-seeking nobleman attempting to slay a Dravanian ambassador for a piece of conference. Ok. ¿Qué nivel es este mono? Ok. How much has changed since we fought alongside each other in the vault? If you have told me that we will soon be hosting peace conference, I would have told you and a fool. Yet here we are preparing to make that fantasy a reality. Ha! And here I am laboring to make it so. Lord Arturiel, if I may. Certainly, First Commander, how may I be of service? Some of the convicts are refusing to stand down. The majority were willing to do so, but a small party have instead pledged to engage any Ravanians bound for Falcon's Nest. Fury take me. They will defy Sir Emery commands. If they dare attack Visorme, it will not come to that. But to see that it is not, we must needs hasten their encampment. They should be far more reluctant to oppose us were the Lord of Horse than present. I understand completely. Let us depart at once. But ere we do, I must ask, would you look after Emilienne while I am away? As you know, he has been an impulsive, changeable child, but recently he seems to have been suffering from a bout of melancholy. I thought to leave his spirit having him assist with guard duty, a simple but honorable charge, unlike to expose him to danger given the presence of so many other knights. Alas, he has taken no interest, and I fear he may abandon his post in my absence. All I ask is that you keep an eye on him until I return, exhausting though that may be. Thank you, my friend. I promise we will not be long. Sí, la música toda tenebrosa. Honori. What was that on the land living with the First Commander just now? I'm rather busy at the moment, old boy. We're in this tavern, as it were. Oh, I see now. Arturiel thought I might be delivering my duties, eh? The nerve of my brother to question my dedication. But since you are here, mayhap I can put you to proper use. The wasteland beyond the walls must be kept safe for travelers. Yet I have been forbidden from leaving Falcon Nest. It wouldn't do for our esteemed guests to obey the Borbal wolves. Oh no, yet that's precisely what will happen if we do not call the roaming packs. You're mad, if I may? Right here. Those are the points our scouts marked for patrol. I leave it to you, old boy. Come on, late, I must return to my rounds. Oh dear, do be careful, my lord. Corre, Honorate, corre. Que tenga chaperón, pobrecito. Me siento peor por el chaperón que está todo el tiempo ahí persiguiéndolo. ¿Por qué no? Tampoco... Ah, no, espera. Dragón, que es lo que quiera poner. Jengo Wolfsbane. It pleases me to inform you that I have completed my rounds, and that all is well in Falcon Nest. Oh, and there was a grizzled fellow looking for you. You know, the one who made that arsonist confess, ¿verdad? Tancred, was it? He was asking after you. Anyway, once I noticed the guy's weapon he was sporting, I deemed it a waste to let him be. I dispatched him to the area and neglected to mark on your map. Yes, this one. If you hurry, he may still be there. Teniendo a todos ocupados en sus errands. All current plan. Creo que ese es el de Paladín. Stay your weapons, we come in peace. Lady Ashard told us tales of before me. If she will trust Sir Aymeric, then we too will hear what he has to say. But the wolves caught us unawares, and were it not for this man, we would have surely died. Vaya. Hola, tranquila. Fancy meeting you here, Jengo. It was fortunate that I came when I did. These two would not have fared well against the wolves today. The young lord wasted no time in taking advantage of you, did he? And me, I suppose. Let us return to Falcon Nest then, and see what other thrilling tasks he may have for us. And there you are, a pair of gallant heroes if I ever saw them. Coalesced in arms, returned at last. By your selfless sacrifice have you guaranteed safety of many guests on behalf of either I thank you both. And with that there is not left to do but to enjoy our well-earned respects. Llévese Tancred, quería ver qué dice. Mira. It's always stronger than one every time we could fail. Wonderful, you found Master Tancred. As ever, I could not help but fear the worst. Oh, and this should of course go without saying. Let us keep those last few favors between us, yes? Attorney will understand. Right then, the first floor of those barracks has been converted into a tavern for the duration of the conference. Why don't you go and have something to eat? For once, a suggestion with which I agree. Go on ahead and go. I will join you anon. está lleno de gente.
Welcome, welcome. Find yourself an empty seat and I'll be with you in a moment. Cold out, isn't it? Here, a mug on the house. Let's get some color back in them cheeks.
¿Cómo puedes ver abajo de mi piel? ¿Cómo?
Freed food will be a bit longer than usual. We've got a lot of hungry folk to feed, what with the conference and all. Oh, so many people with cause to celebrate. To think there could be peace in our time, after all them years of fighting. When I heard about the conference, I knew I had to come. I knew I had to be here, to do my bit. My husband, he died fighting the dragons, you see. And here we are, about to break bread with him.
You were right, mother. You look tired. Reckon you could do with a good long rest. After all you've done, I'd say you're dead.
No.
Sleep now. Sleep. Sleep and leave us to our affairs.
This was never your fight.
El eco funcionando. Aunque estás jetón.
My son. They told me he walks in Alone's halls. Him and the rest of his unit.
They told me the same.
I expect they think it's comforting. Every time I calm my cry, I cannot bear to remember, but to forget would be 1,000 times worse. Yet that is what they would have us do. Accept this truth for the sake of peace. Bury the past and look to the future. But he was my future. My flesh and blood. My heart.
Es por eso que debes de romper ese círculo. Para que no haya más gente sufriendo lo mismo.
Is this it? We're the only ones with the courage to oppose this madness? Cowards, a lot of them. They think only of the prize, of the peace Sir Emmerich promises them. They know in their hearts it's a lie, but they go along with it anyway, desperate fools. But not I. Not I! I see the worm that killed my brother in my dreams every night, and I will not rest until he lies broken at my feet. Him and every last one of his accursed kin. All this nonsense about Kings of Eld, as if I care what they did or didn't do. Makes no difference to me and mine. Have the dragons sued for peace in 1,000 years? Are they bollocks? It's a bloody ruse is what it is, and Sir Emmerich and the rest of them are bloody fallen for it.
But what can we do? They believe, and naught we can say will ever change their minds. Whether we like it or not, man and dragon will come together at Vulcan's Nest, and all will be forgiven. Forgiven and forgotten.
No. I will not let that happen. They will remember the true face of the enemy. I will show it to them. And we will rise up against them once more.
Nomás quieren sufrir estas personas.
Hey! Hey! This is no time for napping.
Ya se fueron todos.
Do you have your wits about you? Good. Come with me. We have a crisis on our hands.
Sí. Ay, ¿por qué no me sorprende?
Hear me, brothers and sisters. Do not be fooled by the honeyed words of the Dravarnians. The peace they promise is but a prelude to slaughter. Remember your husbands and wives never returned from war. Your children torn apart by fang and claw. All your loved ones shown no mercy. Does not your heart cry out for vengeance? Your blood boil at the injustice? Remember the face of your enemy, brothers and sisters. Remember it, and strike back!
You there! Don't just stand around gawping! Do something, man! Stop her!
Yes, my lord.
¿Por qué hiciste eso? Ay, Amalin.
See? See here the true nature of the Highborn. With lies and deception they lead us to our doom. And dare we raise our voices in dissent? Death is our reward. This is the choice they have given us, brothers and sisters. Death by dragon's fang, or death by nobleman's command. Death to all we hold dear. I spit on your choices, noblemen! You will take no more from me! No more! No more!
Oye, esa segunda flecha, ¿qué onda?
What have you done? I only did as you ordered, my lord.
Te dije que la detuvieras, no que la mates.
I gave no such order. I did not. I never meant for anyone to...
Others said that could not have played out any worse, given that the first commander and Lord Artoriel are not here to take control of the situation. I spoke with a messenger who said that they will be returned shortly, but until they do, naught will be done. Lord Emmeline has retreated to the barracks and is refusing to speak to anyone. Therefore it falls to us to ensure that order has been fully restored. Come, let us walk the streets and speak with the people. My wife and I fell while fleeing with the others at first. The Chirurgeons turned to our voices afterwards. Those mad fools had threatened everything, and for what? ¿Esto es aquí abajo? No creo. No. I heard the rumors that the young lord was a drunk fool. What imbecile thought it would be a good idea to let him have run Falcon Nest? Well, I say him and Sir Emeric take their bloody chains and shove it up their arses. I'll not be taking no by that road again. She looks. They were run to resort to violence, but when I heard her speak, her words were as a dagger in my heart. Who are we to decide that enough is enough? That the calls for justice can never be answered? Will this be the end, or will there be others like them and the true brothers? I do not want to be still against my kinsman ever again. I do not know if I ever can. Well, what say you? So the violence has passed, but the people are far from recovered. That is so to be expected. For the moment it appears that no innocents were harmed by the wars. The blame for all casualties has been placed squarely upon the protesters. Nevertheless, the people will not soon forget the image of a young lordling ordering the public execution of an unarmed protester, one whose words resonated with the hearts of many. After all, who among us has not lost loved ones? Ah, vaya, armas. Ah, mira, está padre. Lord Antoniel and the first commander should have returned by now. To the tavern then. Their first order of business will be to speak with Lord Emmeline, and I somehow doubt that he has moved a limb since last we saw him. Should it take me? What a disaster. I should have never left. Terriblemente entrenado Emmeline. Bueno, creo que ni siquiera está entrenado el pobre. Vaya por lo que llegó. I bear full responsibility for this debacle. There will be time for that later. I, for one, am more concerned about picking up the pieces. What do we know? According to initial reports, the protest was orchestrated by the young woman who Lord Emmeline ordered shot. She and her conspirators infiltrated the Falcon's Nest, posing as servants as guests. Several were taken alive, others resisted and were struck down. Still, others took their own lives. Our forces suffered casualties as well, but by the grace of the Fury, no civilians were seriously injured. Still more remarkably, the ring-bearer yet lives. For the time being, at least, the Hurricanes are doing what they can for her, but she may not live through the night. Given the impeccable timing, it is like the convictors who drew us away from the hamlet were in league with the protesters. Accordingly, we have detained them from questioning. I have always sworn that these villains spent as much effort plotting the failure of this peace conference as we did its success. Well, if the mood of the hamlet is any indication, theirs have been the more fruitful labors. In the wake of the protest, the people seem disillusioned. You spoke with them then? I see. Sir Aymeric placed his trust in me. It will be difficult to explain what has happened here. Remember how far we have come. First Commander, the people's faith may be shaken, but we convinced them before, and will do so again. If we can but find a means to remind them, to show them once more the promise that change holds for all, then this tragedy too shall pass into the past. We must pray that you are right. Nevertheless, for the time being, I have no choice but to suspend the peace conference pending Sir Aymeric's final decision. Under the circumstances, I cannot leave Falcon's Nest. Jengo, will you deliver my report to Lord Commander in my stead? Get up, Emmeline. You are going with him. Go on without me. I was not asking. You will answer for your actions in person, is that clear? Yes, my lord. Come, Honori. Your manservant is not here. In fact, I have not seen him for some time. Honori? Honori? I could have sworn he was. Habrá que buscarlo ahora. Muy rápido y no lo cargo. Aquí estás. Au revoir.
No! What have they done to you? Onowa! Onowa!
Is that you, my lord? You seem rather flustered.
You've not
Because of you, you imbecile! What in the seven hells happened to you?
My apologies. Some few of the guests expressed a wish to leave, and I implored them to stay. It would seem they took issue with my request.
Oh, gods forgive me. If I had only been more careful with my words.
Do not blame yourself, my lord. I know that you and your brother have Ishgard's best interests at heart. That poor woman. She lives in the past, clinging to the memories of the lost. But the future holds so much promise, so much joy. And you know that better than any.
Onowa?
Creo que se durmió.
Calm yourself. The boy will live. But it's imperative we get him inside and into the care of a Kairujin without delay. Oh, we were so close! Why does it all have to fall to pieces? Don't they want to live in peace? Don't they want to be happy? We all want the same thing! And still it falls to pieces! Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Someone, anyone, tell me, what was I supposed to do?
Te va a dar un puñetazo. Dile, Tancred, dile.
Stop looking to others. You make your choice and you live with the consequences. And what would you know about consequences? You who always know just what to say and just what to do. Your every deed is greeted with a round of applause.
No lo conoces.
You know nothing about me. I have fought tooth and nail for the people I hold dear. Done everything in my power to save them. And I have failed. Learn to live with it. I have.
Te cuesta mucho, Tancred. Taking to the dragons. It is the least I can do. Okay, 2 puntos para encima. I may have overreacted, but it needed to be done. He was becoming hysterical. I understand the desire to look for reasons, for excuses, to convince yourself you have no choice. But the past is the past, and there is not to be gained from reliving your mistakes. I know this. But hey. ¿Qué es este? Gladiador. Brother. ¿Cómo se habla de Dark Knight? Me gustó darle esa madre. ninja. Este que es published. Okay. I have no desire to wait for the loathling to emerge from his puddle of self-pity. We have important matters to attend to in Isgard. To attend to in Isgard. Choices. Oh, Edmund. We received wrong reports for Falconess. What befell you there? Word of the demonstration and the resolution of stripped Jengo. Every man, woman, and child of Isgard has heard of the tale. This rumored that my youngest lack of judgment was to blame. Of course, such stories are prone to exaggeration. What exactly came to pass? I see, so that's the truth of it. Regardless of his intent, the result is undeniable. He was furthered the cause of these misguided few who cannot let go of the past. In that instant, the delicate peace we were poised to forge is once more beyond us. I dwell too deeply on the war and the vengeance it begets, only for that to be taken away. It is any wonder that they were left bereft. For what was this sacrifice? We have no to show for our suffering, although peace a sufficient salve, but mayhap I was mistaken. We are warriors. Lord Edmund and ours is an ancient build of centuries of warfare. Right or wrong, this is who we are, and we deny it at our peril. To hold on to the past without being beholden to it, we must needs find a way to honor the sacrifice of our forefathers without glorying in their excesses. A difficult path, to be sure. We dare not deny the scars which may our nation's soul, lest we spur the disillusioned souls to retrace them. But, as you say, we dare not revel in past glories ever, for they are tainted on. A clear unambitious enemy, and undeniable righteous cause. This a bit the reflection, but lies through they did long serve to unite us. No. The truth will ever serve us well, I fear. Yet we are not without options. At our last meeting, a proposal was tabled by the other members of the Arsenal Alliance for joint military exercises to strengthen the ties between our nations and test our readiness to meet with a common threat. I had thought to delay these exercises until after the peace conference, but mayhap a grand melee will be just the thing to lift or relegate spirits. Better still, an occasion for the temple knights and the watch to take the field or as allies. A united Isgarian force filled with men and women from all walks of life, which would stand against a coalition of the alien nation's finest. Hosted by Ishgard in the shadow of the gates of judgment, a victory under such circumstances would serve as reaffirmation, nay, a declaration to all and sundry that we are as strong as united as ever. Such a victory will do much to fan the flames of patriotism, it is true, but if we will be defeated, so even though our own against the grain of three nations may be presented as true. Very well, you may count on my support. For what little is worth, however, I have a request. I will have my son Emalien take part of the grand melee. By his deeds has he brought shame upon Isgard, and so by his deeds I will have him bring our nation honor. As you wish, my lord. If that is his desire, then it shall be so. Now then, we have no time to lose. Jengo, will you be so kind as to deliver my instructions to Lucia? I shall write to the Alliance leaders at once, and begin making arrangements for the grand melee. Should you chance to see my son, pray inform him of his duty. If he has not already returned, he will soon know, making every effort to avoid me. Shame. So that's the solution. A grand melee to unite the people. And what part do they give you the play? And what part will they have you play in this affair, I wonder? You who have taken into their confidence, upon whom they have come so heavily to rely. And will you oblige them? When the position is made, will you stand for Isgard once more? I have gone this far, have we not? I will stand for my friends and comrades of the nation. Forget about your mercy. It is getting to be a bit much. We have put this far, have we not? For friends and comrades of the nation. Eso no más aquí. A poor choice of words for friends. A poor choice of words for friends. Tried and true, then, the living and the lost. So, for this grand melee of his, Sir Emery wishes to field a force comprising both these temple knights and Hilda Watch. Yes, I can only imagine that she will have to say about that. In fact, curiosity compels me algo to say for myself. Well met, Jengo. I just spoke with Sir Emery. I was aware of the Alliance request, so Sir Emery will turn these exercises into a spectacle for the masses. It is not that I doubt the efficacy of such plan, indeed. I know its effectiveness only too well, having witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, he has not once given me reason to doubt his intentions, and these are desperate times indeed. I will select Nice for the event forthwith. As for the watch... Did he know? How considerate that Master Tancred to seek out our young watch commander of his own volition. Alas, he accepted prematurely. Redeliver the list of watch candidates to Hilda. I will have her best men, if not her most dispensable. I thought you had something to discuss with the first commander. Tancred's been telling me about Sir Aymeri's grand soiree, since we are expected to join him. It's nice of him to invite us all, but I hope he knows what he's doing, because we are interested to dance with a professional bleeding soldiers. Well, it seems the first commander don't handpicked her guest. Can't say I disagree with her choices, so she's got a good eye. Will you be fighting too? Recon I despite the last you were. Might their minds getting their heights stand and all. Think about it, eh? I hate to ask, but you haven't seen your favorite learning, have you? I thought not. On the assumption that he is not to be found in his father's loving embrace, I suggest we split and look for him. I will serve Foundation and you the pillars. Can't believe he actually hit that faster. Gods, I wish I did there to see it. Do not look at me like that. I will begin my search in due time. Lo que no me dijo es que ya lo hizo. Seguramente. No vaya. Qué mal bien. I carry Honora to the manor. Our best chirurgeons are tending to him as we speak. He has yet to wake, but surely he will. So father has volunteered me for this grand melee of theirs. My beloved family, always making my decisions for me. Mira quién habla. No, it's not like that. It's just. Oh, you wouldn't understand, would you? You wouldn't understand. How could you? You are free to be the man you want to be, whereas I am a son of House Fortems, don't you see? My future was determined before I was born. What I could not know. I could not do. Right or wrong, there was the way of it, until the old brother began to grumble. Now we wander amidst the rubble, searching for a purpose, for a place. All around me, brave men and women rise to the occasion, with faith and conviction. They dedicate themselves to their causes, but not I. I was terrified of making wrong choice, which is why I let better men making them for me. To this, to that, take this duty, or this conference. I suppose I had convinced myself I was above it, until your friend showed me otherwise. When I saw Honora, I wanted to scream. I wanted someone to blame, but in the end, there was only me. So you see, I cannot meekly bow my head to an asset father's command. Such cowardice is what brought me to this point. I will go to Sir Emeric and I will make my own decision. Me parece adecuado. Your commander is not to be disturbed. May I ask what matters demands his personal attention? I see. Very well, you may enter.
Lord Commander, if I may, I wish to speak with you before the Grand Melee.
Proceed.
How do you do it, my lord? How do you lead with such certainty, when so many of our countrymen will not hear of peace with the Dravanians? Some of them hate you almost as much as the dragons themselves. They decry you as a patricide in the streets. They even tried to kill you, for God's sakes. Yet still you march on, undaunted, where no archbishop dared to tread. What is your secret? Where do you find the strength?
For centuries, our nation has been punished for the sins of our forefathers. If our punishment is to end, I believe we must right the wrongs of antiquity and move forward as a nation united. Needless to say, my father did not share this opinion. He did not believe the people strong enough to bring about their own deliverance, trusting only in himself. Tyranny seemed to him the only solution. But I have faith in the people, Lord Amanalain. I have faith that they will weather this storm and overcome every trial we set before them. Many have fought and died to see this blight upon our nation's history cleansed, and I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. Though we invite reprisals, the risk is worth the reward.
I want to believe. I do. Lord Commander, through my careless orders, a pall has been cast over these proceedings, and I beg the opportunity to make amends. I, Amanalain de Forton, do hereby request leave to take part in the Grand Melee.
Who am I to deny such a heartfelt plea? We would be honored to have you join the fray, my lord.
You will take charge of the Ishgardian forces?
For all my other responsibilities, I am still Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and I would not soon yield this duty to another.
The esteemed Sir Emeric leading the Temple Knights and the Watch into battle along with my youngest. I could wish for no more.
Then you wish for too little, my lord. There is another who might yet join the fray. An indispensable ally to whom we owe much and more. An adventurer beholden to none, who nevertheless chose to champion our cause, who has shared in our suffering and in our glory. a warrior without equal, who I am privileged to call a friend. There is no one I would rather have fighting by my side. I ask this in full knowledge of your obligations, and will not think less of you should you refuse. But if your conscience will allow it, might you oblige me, my friend, one more time? Together we shall give the people a spectacle for the ages, a celebration to mark the dawning of a new era.
We would not have gone this far if we would not have gone this far were it not for you. It has been an honor and a privilege. God help me. I think it might be love. Others say I might be cheating too. Your mere presence is enough to turn the tide in most battles. And did you see the way his eyes lit up when you nodded? It was a look of boundless belief and joy. One would think a politician more practiced at concealing his emotion. Still, his honesty does him credit. For a moment, it was fair in spirit to pledge myself to the cause, but that would be improper. This is their fight and yours, but not mine. Y aquí tenemos Publist, Láser, Sir Aymeric informs me that the Alliance leaders have agreed to this proposal. The Grand Melee will be held here in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment and inside of the capital. An announcement has been made. An allied force are currently en route. The eyes of Isgar are upon us, Jengo. We must not fail. A rare opportunity to see you pit yourselves against a allied force. Outside those Cartoon, perhaps. I would not miss this for the world. Todo el PvP en Cartoon. A giant often highborn than this deign to fight alongside us hoi polloi, like all their names holding what one it is. Then again, it was national pride that is at stake, national and personal. A giant about to let a snooty-nosed lordling show me up. It is matter of pride for the Alliance as well. They will not scruple to send their best against us, yet we must not be caught too much less on our success. A ver qué tengo como ninja. 670. Mejor así. The second commander and Hilda's lieutenant shall see to the security of the city in my absence. The melee demands my undivided attention. It looks to be veritable. Who's who in Earth's Alliance? The only question is, who came to watch and who came to fight? Nanamo, definitely Nanamo. There he is, I say. When you didn't appear, I began to question. Nothing, never mind. To think that we are mere moments away from facing the cream of Orsea's soldierly battle. That I am mere... what if... Oh, what am I saying? I had to stop imagining the worst. I must think of the victory, of the glory, of the stories I will tell Honora when he wakes. I am ready, old boy, are you? Vamos! By the Fury, how could I forget? Father, bid me present this to you. And on a sudden we will believe the men will find it despairing you bore the colors of House Swatten into battle. Pray do us this honor. Okay. Flamas. Discard.
Let all here present heed well the rules of engagement.
Enemies are just scared, but which other companies will not be enemies and forces could take it against companies' hard forces. Todo esto por usted debe poseer componentes de acuerdo con critical points. This company is designated critical point of rating of 100 points and declare the victor. Officials will mark the place combatants with the Fury's case, which will indicate the battle of the third linking the company's flag. While defeating most combatants will award you company points, defeating marquee combatants will award you with 10. Okay. Marquee combatants also possess enhanced attributes that are in them more powerful and more difficult to defeat. Defending and defeating these combats is the key to victory. Okay.
For the honor and the glory of Ishgard!
Ah, vaya. Se me hace raro. Todas ellas ahí nomás viendo.
All is ready then. Very well. Brave men and women of the Eorzean Alliance, let the grand melee begin!
Is that all you've got?
Hola, Roban. Sí, ocupen el cliché. Force of Fall. Basta en crit, te lo encargo. Así se hace. Continúas, Mile. Ok, llévatelo. That's all. You heard the man. Back to it. All forces, come in line from Jengo now. Híjole, ¿podrá encontrar a Rauban? No creo. Nos va a matar a volar. Lieutenant, I will not die. I was hoping we will come to this, so don't shout nice. Thank you, son. torito.
Did he win? Then we...
Victory is ours! Ishgard! Ishgard! Well fought, my friend. You truly are the warrior of warriors. Thank the Fury you were on our side.
My lungs are burning, and I can barely stand.
Muy bien, Malin.
I didn't think I could do it, but then I did. We did. We faced the Alliance's best, and together, with one heart, with one purpose, we prevailed. After 1,000 years of hardship, of strife and bloodshed, we are strong enough to rise to any challenge, be it on the battlefield or beyond. The future holds so much promise, so much joy. We need only show them the way.
A truly magnificent display, Sir Knight. While doubtless less than pleased, I am quite sure the Grand Companies are honored to have been bested by such valiant warriors.
The honor was ours, Your Grace.
I am pleased to see that Ishgard's proud martial tradition is being upheld. When the time comes, I trust you will fight alongside your brothers and sisters in the Eorzean Alliance with the same fervor you displayed in opposing them. I note that our friend elected to take the field in Ishgardian colors.
At my behest, Your Grace. If we have given offense, the blame lies with me.
Fear not, Sir Knight. It was a surprise, nothing more. And any hint of ill feeling was thoroughly dispelled by the spectacle of our mutual friend's duel with General Raubarn. On the subject of surprises, I could not help but marvel at the passion and unity of purpose displayed by your countrymen, given the troubling reports we have received of late.
I shall take that as a compliment, Your Grace. The events to which you allude are the price of change. The end of the Dragonsong War marks the beginning of a new era for our nation, and for the people, high and lowborn alike, who will lead her into the future.
Ah, yes. The people. Change is indeed a perilous thing, for we who seek it, and they who fear it. I shall pray for Ishgard, and for you.
Well, that made for a refreshing change. Congratulations on your victory, by the way.
Gracias.
Ishgardians certainly seem happy with themselves. I, for my part, am merely glad you did not strain anything in the process of single-handedly winning the battle for them. Tis but a scratch, I assure you, and I will not suffer you to worry over me. Not when we have a dozen far more important concerns. Make that 2 dozen. Still, as Y'shtola never tires of telling me, we can but face them head-on, one at a time. One day at a time. As Minfilia would have done.
As long as I live, I shall never forget that duel. It was inspiring and humbled in equal measure. I feel honor-bound to point out, however, that my father was fighting one-handed. That's balls. I have forgotten what it was like to be so alive. No signs leave the blood stand have. The blood sands have I had the privilege not since the bull of Alamigo hung out his swords. Like them, the outcome might have been different, but I do not begrudge you. I do not begrudge you your victory. I know how far you have come. how much you have endured, or fight only confirmed it. We shall have do this again one day, when time allows. I shall look forward to it. Now go. Go to this guardian and celebrate your victory. You have earned it. Come, Pippin. Her Grace is expecting us. You don't, father. I confess I used to my pride to be brushed aside so easily, but when the Francis died I saw you standing there triumphant, there was only gladness in my heart. Pobre Emery, se lo mandó a volar. The messengers had already been dispatched. Let us pray that this victory has the desired effect. That was just another battle for you, I bet. But for my lot, it wasn't so much as the fighting as the not tripping over each other's feet. His lordship might think about laying on some actual training for us next time. Say your goodbyes. In all the years I have known Roban, I cannot recall ever seeing him look so happy in defeat. Well, everything seems to be falling into peace, does it not? The East Guardians have claimed their symbolic victory, and the Eorzean alliance has been strengthened in the process. Be proud, Jengo. You made this happen. Emote victory. ¿Cuál es ese? Es B-Pose, yo me imagino, ¿no? B-Pose. We have done it. Nay, you have done it. You have brought us the victory we so desperately needed. There is nothing left but to return to the capital. Come, let us see what reception awaits us. Grillos, grillos.
My lord!
Honorwa, my boy. Shouldn't you be in bed?
Thank you for your concern, my lord. But I have largely recovered from my ordeal, and I have naught but several scars to show for it, which I have been told some women may find appealing.
I see. And to think I was worried sick over you.
I'm not sure I understand, my lord.
Well, let's put that theory to the proof, shall we?
My lord?
'Twould seem that a great many things have occurred in my absence. I thought I might begin to make amends by welcoming you in person.
The messengers spared not their chocobos to bring us word of your victory in the grand melee. I cannot well describe our elation when we heard the news. It called to mind the day we rejoined the Eorzean alliance, and I glimpsed hope rekindled in the eyes of the people.
The Fury herself ushers us into a new era. Sir Emmerich, the time is now.
Aye, that it is. Reconvene the conference and summon Vidofnir to Falcon's Nest. We will make peace with Hraesvelga's brood and hasten this bloody war to its end.
Yes, Lord Commander.
I will send word to Artoirel and bid him resume preparations. Emanuele, you'll place yourself at your brother's disposal. He'll be glad of your assistance.
No stopping it now, is there? We should inform Stola and the others.
My dear friend, I doubt I will ever be able to thank you enough. But when the conference is successfully concluded, I damn well mean to try.
No cambia. Ah, qué decepción. Ay, bueno, vamos a ver. They say you duel General Robin with a ring of flames. I did not think the man so ostentatious. Well, well, that I could have seen it. As we part of ways in Matoya's cave, I return here to speak with Tataro. We agreed to tell the others only that your search for Vicilia has reached the mid-pass. I subsequently learned that you have left Falconess, but I thought it best to keep myself for a time. I am one to rely on you overmuch when we are together, and I needed to think, to reflect. I still do, I suspect, but matters here seem to be going too ahead. In short, there are some things I feel must say, so nothing so urgent that it cannot wait until after the conference. So let us back to Falconess and see Lord Arturiel as need to our assistance. Yo creo que esta ya es la última parte de lo que vendría siendo el parche que introdujo todo este destapalle. Creo, no estoy seguro. Voy a terminar buscando cómo están puestos los parches para avanzar por parche o identificar cuándo acaba. Bueno, todavía son 8:20. Igual ya terminó. Paso esta cinemática que creo que va a ser ya la conclusión. Tenemos que me dé las armas. Well, Master, thank you for looking after my brother. They say he fought bravely, that he did not dishonor his house. But you, my lord, to you we owe everything. As you can see, we have made every effort to strike while the iron is hot. We made our intentions known, and that all will become be welcome to attend. And so they came. By the grace of the Fury, they came. The ceremony will not be a lengthy affair, but there is still much to be done. I will speak with you more, but I will see to my duties. As for you, Master Alfino, you will now but enjoy yourselves, is that clear? If any dare beg your assistance again, I will have words. Well, there you have it. We have been forbidden from meddling. Shall we wait or have you another master time before ceremony begins? life with a finance to the ceremony. Excellent. And your hijo Tancred and the others will not be late. Epochal events do not come around very often.
The appointed hour approaches.
Aye.
She begged leave to watch the proceedings. I saw no reason not to grant it.
Should I choose to deviate from my prepared remarks, I ask that you trust in my judgment.
Have I ever done otherwise?
How long it hath been since our peoples met thus, children of Thordan, even by our reckoning.
Vidofnir, daughter of Hraesvelga, we give thanks for your visit, and bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest.
Our sire bade us hearken unto the whispers of our hearts. They spoke to us of a paradise lost, of bonds of brotherhood which they yearned to see restored.
Ours too yearn for such a restoration, and they have guided us here this day, that they might yearn no longer. Brothers and sisters, ye who stand as witness, hearken to me. Since the days of Eld, when the bonds betwixt man and dragon were sundered by our hand, our peoples have known only war. Bloodshed without end, losses beyond counting, and still we fought. And still we fought. Some wounds do not heal. The dead cannot be returned to us. But we, the living, can yet choose another course. Here and now, we can lay down this burden, this hatred, this vengeance. Our forebears fought not so that we could die, but that we might live. So let us honor their sacrifice and spare our children this death sentence. Let us gift them a new legacy. Life.
No lo habías pensado así, ¿verdad?
Betwixt our peoples yearneth a divide deeper than the deepest abyss, wider than the widest sea. Generations will live and die ere this divide is bridged. Knowing this, Doth thy heart yet yearn for peace, son of Thordan?
Look now on the legacy we would leave to our children. A dream of peace, inscribed in stone for generations to come.
Father and his beloved, as they were so long ago, happy and at peace. The dream they shared shall be ours once more.
Child of Dravania, art thou grown so forgetful that thou wouldst forsake kith and kin and consort with the spawn of Thordan? That thou wouldst dare contemplate peace? Hearken unto me, all of you! The final chorus is nigh, and all will be held to account. All will bathe in the flames of retribution. Till the coming of that day, look you on your sins and despair, for none shall escape my wrath. None shall escape my revenge!
7 hells. Nidhogg.
Hells, take that worm! While he lives, we'll never know peace.
Aye! There'll be no end to this war till Nidhogg is dead and gone!
Ah, sí.
So let's kill the bastard and be done with it. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
There they go, the last of the guests. Having gone hitherto with hope to their hearts, they depart with hatred and bloodlust. Until the moment I saw him strike, I still held a small hope that you had seen in Asisla was an illusion. Perhaps would he act without hesitation, as did Sir Aymeric. For a mercy with dolphins, what was not mortal, or so Lucia tells me. The dragon was spirited away to Anix Train to receive care from her brethren. We can but hope that her recovery is swift. But such was Nicho's intent, to deliver a proclamation not only to the children of Thordan but his kindred. War is coming, and yet who do not stand with us? War is coming, and yet who do not stand with us stand apart. She was an example, a message to her blood, another instrument of his vengeance, like Estinian. Ok, vamos a dejar por ahí hasta ahí el stream de esta noche. Gracias por la compañía, nos vemos mañana con más Final Fantasy XIV. Que tengan muy buena noche. Chao.